I guess I could try restarting the stream and restarting OBS to try and get that to work. Oh, or I could just switch away from that scene and back to it. Alright, here we go. Now you can see me, hopefully, I think. Looks like it. Hello, everyone. Hey, I got 2 people watching. That's better than a second ago. Let's open up Game Maker Studio. So, for this stream, what I'm planning to do, basically I'm going to try and make a game in just 4 hours, like the title says. Now, I'm not working totally blind here. I have a basic idea of what I want to go for. It's going to be sort of a puzzle game about pushing some blocks, and I've thought about this quite a bit, but I've never done any sort of the programming, designing, trying to make it work. So there's still a lot of places this could go wrong. But that's my basic idea of what I'm going to go for here. So I think I'm going to get started by making some sprites, and then I'll go from there. I've got a timer that should pop up in the top left once I start it, so I guess I'll go ahead and count down to that. And it takes a couple seconds for it to like figure out that it's up, so it might, instead of starting at 4 hours, start at like 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds or something. But in any case, 3, 2, 1, start. Time starts now. So, I'll start by creating some sprites then, and hopefully everyone watching can see a timer up in the top left. I'll keep watching and make sure that shows up. Yep, looks like it. So this is going to be S-Player. This is going to be the sprite for my player character, and I'm just going to make it, I think, a green box to start off with. There we go. Now, make another new sprite. This is S-Wall. This is going to be the sprite for a wall. I can just make this gray, I think. That should be fine. Cool. And let's just make all the sprites, actually. Or all the sprites that I think I'll need. So I need S for a door that will open later on. And let's make these blue. That seems good. Then I'll make another sprite. Let's make this one the switches, and these switches will activate the doors, in theory. And an image. This one can be maybe a different color blue and just like a little square in the middle. That's what I'm thinking anyway. Ooh, I don't know if this is centered though. Hopefully that's centered on here. I have no idea. Okay. Oh, I gotta erase these. So hopefully that will be the switch for this thing. Flip brush. Is there a symmetry here? Nah. Whatever, that'll work. And then I feel like I need one more sprite. What am I forgetting here? I've got walls, doors, switches. Oh yeah, I need S box. There we go. And this can be maybe brown like a wooden crate. Okay. Now those should be all the sprites that I'll need for everything. Obviously they're not very fancy, but they should do the job. So now I'm going to create an object. I guess I'll start with player. So we'll do all my player movement stuff, and it will have the sprite of the player, this green box. So we'll start with the step event. In here, I want my player to move around, and it'll do some other stuff later. But so let's see. I want to get whether all the keys are pressed for up, down, left, right. So key up equals what is it? Is it keyboard check key? Keyboard check. Yeah, and then VK underscore up. And then I'll copy this. And I'll change this one to down. And then left and right. And then I'll do the same over here. Right, left, down, and up. So now for my X move, that can be equal to key up, or no, I need key right minus key left. So that'll mean that if the right key is pressed, I'll go right. If the left key is pressed, I'll go left. And if they're both pressed, I won't go anywhere. And then Y move is going to be key... shoot, which way does this go? I think it's down is positive. So key down minus key up. And that should do the same thing for Y. So now I think I can just do x plus equals x move and y plus equals y move. And that should get me basically moving around. I'll be really slow though, and I'm gonna change this a little bit as well. Oh, and I need to make a room. Okay, create room. Actually, I already had a room, so I'm just gonna get rid of this room. And then I'll edit this room. So in here, let's just put a player in. There we go. And then, so that I'm ready for later, I'll go ahead and put, oh, I don't have wall objects. So I'll just do the player in there. Here we go. That looks correct. And, yep, I can move around using my arrow keys really slowly. But that's what I'm looking for. So, that part works. Now I'm going to change this movement code and make it a little bit, just a little bit more complicated, but it should make it move a bit smoother. So I'm going to get rid of this, and then I'm going to have an x momentum variable, and actually now I need to start defining some variables. So I'm going to add a create event, define vars. So this happens when the object is created, and I just define some variables for it. So the first one is, I need to define x momentum and y momentum to be 0. Make that y momentum. And then over here, I'll define the variable, I need two actually, I need acceleration, and that will be, let's say 1, and then max speed, and that'll be 4. And I don't actually want acceleration capitalized. Alright. Now I have some variables to work with here. So x momentum, which starts out as 0, is going to be plus equals x move. Ah, shoot. No, okay. No, I need to do x momentum equals clamp, and then I want x momentum plus x move. Oh, hey, Francie the Gamer. I have a person in chat. This is first time. Hello there. So I'm going to have the momentum plus the direction I'm moving times acceleration. Oh, if I can spell. Okay, acceleration is a long word. And then the minimum value for this is going to be minus max speed, and the maximum is going to be max speed. So this will make sure that I never go over my maximum speed, but this way I sort of have some acceleration and some other things. Can I type in the chat /mod? I feel like that's not something that I need to do, and I don't know what that does, but I have a guess. And y momentum is going to be the same thing, but with the y direction. Clamp y momentum plus y move times acceleration, and then minus max speed and max speed again. Okay, so you can have Matson help you try this. It's your own channel. I'm alright for now. Like, if I have some problems, maybe I'll look into that. I doubt I'll have too many people watching for that to be a problem. But thank you. I'll look into that more after the stream's over. So now I've got my momentum, which should adjust every time. And now, if either of them equals 0, I need to make it approach. That's right. If I'm not moving left or right, I need to slow down. Sort of forgot about that. So now, if x move equals 0, x momentum minus equals sine x momentum. So that should make it approach 0 by 1. I need to make this like this though, because I'm doing some other stuff here. So I actually need to check if x move equals 0 and something else that I just thought of. This needs to be times acceleration. So if my x movement is 0 and something else. Shoot, I just remembered this. Maybe I don't need to check anything else. Maybe I'm just going mad here. And I'll do this again for y, and then I'll test it and see if it works. So if my y movement is none, y momentum minus equals sine y momentum times acceleration. Okay, I think I'm going a little mad here, but maybe this will do what I want, and then x plus equals x momentum, and y plus equals y momentum. Yeah, I'll try that and see if anything goes horribly wrong. Okay, I think that actually worked. Okay, good. That seems to be working fine then. I think I'll increase my max speed a bit because I'm kind of slow. But that does seem to be working. I'll change my max speed from 4 to 5, and now I should go faster. And next up I'll add some wall objects. Create object, this is going to be a wall, and it's going to have the wall sprite that I just made. So, in here I'm going to have, actually the wall doesn't need any events, does it? Yeah, the player just needs to collide with the walls. So, in my player object, if I'm about to hit a wall, I need to move so that I'm not going to hit the wall. That's where I start doing collisions. So, if my x position plus x momentum, and I can't spell again. Wow, I really can't spell. Momentum. If x plus x momentum, so if the position that I'm going to be in next frame, shoot, I'm forgetting how to do all this. If place meeting at this location in my x, at my current y location, and if I'm colliding with a wall, I need to adjust so that I don't hit the wall, and I don't just go straight through it. And I'll change this to a while so that it checks it multiple times every frame. And basically what I'm going to do in here is, so while place meeting in that location, x momentum minus equals sine x momentum. And so that'll just move me 1 pixel back. Change my x momentum by 1 so that I won't go quite as far, and I should be able to avoid colliding with the walls. And then I'll do the same for y, and that should check in the y direction, I think. Man, I haven't done this in a while. Alright, and then just change all these x's to y's. Except not like that. And then let's just take this, that over there, and then this is my normal x position. Okay, and then make that y momentum, make that y momentum. That should keep me from colliding with walls. So now let's go into my room and just chuck some walls in there. Okay, this is this should be enough to do some stuff. We'll go from here. Alright. Yep, and it looks like I run into the walls just fine. And I can go in between over there. Yeah, so this is going to be able to let me make levels where I can move around and stuff. Cool. So that part seems to be working just fine. I am a little bit floaty. Oh, I remember. Okay, I never changed the frame rate. I need to do that. So, in, where is it? Options, main, yeah, here we go. Change the frame rate to 60, and that'll make everything faster, but it should also mean that I move a little bit more smoothly. So I'll change my max speed back down to 4, maybe 3. I'll try 4. And now I'll be faster, but I should also be less floaty as I move around. If I'm thinking about this right. Yeah, I'm actually really fast now. Is that too fast? Yeah, I think I'm going to change it down to 3. Let's try 3 and give it a shot. That seems a bit better. Alright. So now that that's done, I guess the next thing I want to get is boxes that I can push. So I need an object box. Oh, box. And this is going to have the box sprite. And in here, I don't think it's going to have any events either, because the player is just going to push it. So in the player, I need to check next for collisions with boxes. That's going to be a bit more complicated. This is the first, well, not the first part, but this is part that I don't really have completely thought out in my head, so we'll see how this goes. This is box collisions. So if place meeting x plus x momentum y box. So if I'm going to collide with a box, then with that box, how do I do? Is it instance find? Shoot, how does this work? Instance something. Shoot, now I'm not sure. Let me open up the help page for place meeting, and I can probably figure it out from there. Maybe. Oh, great, this is being slow. How much time do I have left? Looks like I'm at 3 hours, 43 minutes. So it's been 15 minutes. That's actually a bit better than I was thinking I would do. So we're doing alright for now. Oh, okay, that help page is too slow though, so that's not going to happen. Instance find? No, it's not instance find. Shoot. Yeah, there's some way to get the instance of what you're doing, and I should know how to do it. Place meeting, position meeting. No, it's not. It's neither of those. Shoot, how do you do this? Can the help page load a bit faster this time? Alright, I guess I'm going to go for some quick Googling instead. GMS2 get instance in collision. Instance place. Okay. Man, I don't know why the help page is broken, but that's kind of annoying. Instance place. There we go. And then in this location. I don't know why I'm doing it like this. This seems a little repetitive, but it should work. So with the instance that I'm getting from that collision, so basically with the box, what I'm going to do is move it forward until I'm not colliding with it. I think that seems like the most reasonable thing to do. So the x of the box plus equals sine of other dot x momentum. So that will move the box by 1 pixel every time. I'll make this a while as well. So that'll move the box forward 1 pixel. And then when it's not colliding anymore, it'll stop moving it. So I'm going to try this, and this should let me push boxes in the x direction. It won't work going up and down yet, but moving in the x direction, this should let me push them. Oh, except I have to put a box in the room first. Let me close out of some of these extra tabs too. They're kind of getting annoying. Alright, so let's put that there, and actually let's see if I can grab all these and just kind of move them over here. Make this room a little bigger. Alright. Now I'm moving around and I can push this box. Sweet. Oh, yeah, and it breaks if I do that. That makes sense. Okay, let me end task real quick then. Alright. That was Task Manager in the other window, by the way, because otherwise that will just stop responding and never figure itself out. So now if I copy this and do it for the Y direction as well, that should let me push the boxes just fine. So this needs to go X, this needs to be Y plus Y momentum. And then I'll copy this and put it down here. And then this needs to be Y. Anything else? Yes, that needs to be Y. Alright, let's try that. See if I can push the boxes now. Here we go. Push that direction, that direction. Sweet. Looks like it's working. Oh. Aha! There we go. The boxes can go through walls. That is a problem. So, how do I stop boxes from going through walls? I need to check if the box is hitting the wall in its new location. So if not place meeting x plus this, x plus sine x momentum, y a wall. So if I'm not going to collide with a wall, and actually I also want to check if I'm going to collide with another box, because I don't want to be able to push multiple boxes. So if I'm not going to hit a wall, and I'm not going to hit another box, then I will move. Otherwise, actually, did I put I need a curly bracket on the end of there. So, otherwise, what I want to do is move. I need to adjust my x momentum. Oh yeah, I need to adjust my x momentum, and that way I can stop both the player and the box. X momentum equals 0. Or, I guess, does it need to equal 0 or just be subtracted, or what? Minus equals sine x momentum. That'll decrease the actual x momentum by 1. I feel like that's not going to work right, but I'm just going to need a minute to think here. Not going to be terribly interesting, sorry. So, with this box, I move it plus the sine of x momentum until it's not colliding with the player. But if it's going to collide with the wall, I just decrease the x momentum instead. I think that makes sense. I guess I can try it and find out. That would have been a lot faster. Here we go. So I can push this and... oh, it stops at the wall, but I also get an error. Oh, box stack. Oh, okay. I forgot to call this correctly. So this is other.x momentum. And this is also other.x momentum. Alright, let's try that again. But I think this should maybe make it stop at the wall correctly. Yep, there we go. It won't stop at those walls because I haven't done that yet, but it stops at that wall. So now I need to copy this into the Y, which is this one down here. So go ahead and paste that in, and then change all these X's for Y's. So I need to take that, remove it, put it over here, and change it to Y. And then get rid of that, put it over here, change it to Y. And then these all need to be Y's as well. And now I should be able to push the boxes in every direction. And have them not go through walls, that is. Yes, that works. And that works. Okay, I want a hotkey to restart the game, I think. Because that will make this a bit easier. So I'm going to go into my player object real quick, and I'm going to go add a key pressed, one of these letters, R. So when I press R, I'm going to restart the game. Game restart. So that just means I can press R and instantly reset, and that'll let me move around a bit easier. That way I don't have to wait for it to build itself every time if I just want to change something. I can just do that and have it restart. Alright, so let's try pushing it into different walls and things. Come over here, push it over there. Come like this. Looks like it's working in every direction. Boxes are a go. Although actually I want to add some more boxes into the room and see how they interact. Because a box should not be able to push another box. So if I've got two next to each other, I don't want to be able to push them both. So basically, yep, that works. I can't push both of these because they're blocking me. That works correctly. Sweet. What if I got three? Yep, same thing. Shouldn't matter at all, and it doesn't, so it's working. There we go. Maybe I can line some of these up. There we go. Oh, I can push two, though. That's interesting. I'm not sure if I want to do that, but that seems kind of complicated to fix. And it's probably not a problem. Could be. I could maybe even use that for something. So, it's not a bug, it's a feature, guys. Alright, so that seems to be working just fine. I guess the next thing as far as mechanics that I need to get working would be these doors and switches. So I think I want sort of a bigger level area to test that in. So I'll just widen this out a bit. Add some more walls. All that good stuff. Now these are going to be a bit more complicated than the other things I've made. So if I put, I'm going to create a door object. Oh, door. It's going to have the door sprite. And this door is, how am I going to do this? I'm deciding whether I want the doors to check whether the switches are pressed, or if I want the switches to check if the doors are unlocked. And I think it makes more sense for the door to check. So it's going to have a couple of things. First, it's going to have a index, and that's going to default to 0. And this door and the switch will have the same index, and that way they can sort of, they're linked that way, and you can tell which is which. If that makes sense. I'm not sure if it did. But in the step event, or actually I want the, do I want the step or the create event? I'll do it in the first step actually. So check if switch is pressed. Check is what I want it to do. Alright, so if I think I... So I think the first thing I want to do is if linked switch, maybe? Switch. Linked switch equals none, or no one? Is that how that works? Yeah. So, actually, I don't want this here because I don't want to edit it. I'll make a create event. Here we go. Linked switch equals no one. So by default, it's not going to have a switch linked to it. But in the very first step, it is going to do, it's going to find the switch that it needs to link to it, basically. What I want to do in here is linked switch equals, and then whatever is going to find the switch. So in order to do that, I need to find an instance that has a specific variable. And I'm not completely sure how to do that, so it's time for some more Googling. GMS2 instance with variable. Maybe that'll help me find what I'm looking for. How to find instances with a certain variable. That seems right. Let's see what this says. Layers object. Okay, that seems complicated. This might not be as easy to do as I was hoping. Although actually there was... Ooh, they just added a function like this morning that lets you search for... Okay, that's old. So in GMS2 1 or 2.1.5, is that the one they just made? They just updated this morning and added a function where you can search for all the instances in a list or something. Maybe I shouldn't use a function that just got added this morning. Maybe it's broken or something. But I need to find instance find. The object is going to be switch, which doesn't exist yet, so I should probably make that. And then the first one. Yeah, so I need to do that. Switch. Need to create an object. Switch, just so that it exists. And it's going to have the switch sprite. Okay. So instead of finding the 0th instance of the switch, I think I need to find the nth one. So while true, maybe just while true, and then I'll break out of this if the instance doesn't exist. So it'll just do this for ages, and then so now I don't want to do that yet, so var n equals 0 instance underscore find switch n. So I need a current instance equal to instance equal to instance find the nth one, and then if cur instance equals no one. So if it doesn't find one, I think is what it will return no one. Hopefully. So if it doesn't find one, then what I want it to do is break out the loop. But Otherwise, if it does find one, check with, or wait, sorry, if cur instance dot index equals index. So if they have the same index variable in them, say the door is indexed 1 and the switch is indexed 1, then linked switch for the door equals that switch, cur instance. Okay, that should work. Hopefully, maybe. And this will let the switch find, or the door will find the switch that's linked to it. So if linked switch dot pressed, or actually I can just do unlocked equals linked switch dot pressed. So if the switch is pressed, then the door will unlock. Perfect. So this will have a variable called unlocked, which will be false to start off with. And then the switch will have a variable called index, which defaults to 0. And it'll have a variable called pressed, which will also default to false. So add event, just step event, and then switch is pressed if covered. So for this we just do if place meeting x, y, o player, or place meeting x, y, o box. So if a box or a player is on top of the switch, pressed equals true, else pressed equals false. So now the switch is pressed will automatically update if the person is on it or not. And that will adjust whether or not the door is unlocked. And then in the create event, or the, the draw event for the door, draw self only if locked. So if not unlocked, draw self. So if the door is locked, which means it's not unlocked, it will draw the door, but if it's unlocked, it won't draw, so you won't be able to see it, basically. That was a lot of code that I didn't test at all, so this could go horribly wrong. Anyway, let's put the door over there, put the switch right here, and see what happens. And actually, let me check the switch's collision mask. Okay. Looks like it's just that area down there. Okay, I think that's what I want. I guess I'll find out. Okay, this is not working, which I think means that it's stuck in a loop while making the room, if I had to guess. Because I had that while true function in there. Yeah, it's stuck in a loop because I can't close it. So, task manager to the rescue, and task. Thank you. Okay, so let's go back into the door and see if I can open the help page for this function that I'm using, instance find. This help page wasn't working last time though, so I might just have to Google it. It doesn't look like it's opening. Instance find. See if I can find the help page. Here we go. So it returns the instance ID or no one. That makes sense. Oh, it has something about a keyword all. I should probably just read this instead of skimming over it. So if there's an instance at that position in the list, then it returns the ID, and if not, it returns no one, go away, Windows threat detection. You can also use the keyword all to iterate through all the instances in a room. Oh, okay. So you can go through every object, as well as the parent object to iterate through all the instances that are in that hierarchy. Da-da-da. Instances are sorted in an arbitrary manner, no specific order to how the instances are checked. So if it can't find one, it should return no one. But is it not returning no one, or? I'm not sure. Current instance equals no one, it should break. Let's do, is it debug? Show debug message, I think. Show debug message, cur instance. So this should just display that current instance number onto the screen. Or down in the output thing down here, once it starts. So I should get like a bunch of zeros spitting out down there or something. Oh. Okay, I'm an idiot. I just didn't increment the end value. So, yeah. It breaks, otherwise I do this, and then at the end I go n++. Now it should work. Yep, I'm just an idiot. And no one is surprised. Alright. Man, this part's taking a lot longer. I'm down to 3 hours, 20 minutes. Still is doing that, actually. Because I just kind of forgot how loops work, I guess. Okay. I can't set it to 0 every time, because that doesn't work. There's a reason for that. So, oh, why is this broken now? I can't select anything. Oh, never mind, it just didn't end the task. Is it, you gonna close that? I would love it if you would close it, thank you. Okay. Oh, this is still kind of broken though. Not responding. Game Maker Studio. Incredible program. Only crashes like every hour or so. Come on. Alright. It should have saved, so I'll go ahead and close this. And then pop it open again. Here we go. And now I hope that it saved correctly. Here we go. 4-hour game challenge. Objects, rooms, looks good. Yep, there's the room that I was working on. Okay, let's see what happened with the door most recently. Step event. Yeah, I didn't move this. Okay. So that needs to go out of there, it needs to go up here. Var n equals 0. And then in this loop, it checks it, and then increments it, and then checks it, and then increments it, just like it should. Here we go. Okay, it works. Now, if I cover up the switch, the door should disappear. Ooh, it works. It works. Yes. Awesome. Okay. Although, the switch is underneath my player character, which could be a little bit annoying. Actually, I can just do layers to fix that, that's not a problem. Cool. So, boxes are up next. boxes should also open the door. I don't think I can go through the door, though. Or can I go through the door? Oh, now I get caught in the corner. Okay, so I can still get caught in corners. That's a problem. Okay. Yeah, I didn't check corners when I was doing this, so... So I need to fix my player getting caught in corners, and... that should be about it, actually. This other thing works. I also need to adjust the layer that the player is on. So I'm going to add a new layer here, which is... Don't I just right-click to add a layer? Right? Why can I not add a layer here? Oh, I click down here. Create new instance layer. This is the player layer, which means I want to rename it player, and this layer is other stuff. The boxes, this will be the player and boxes layer, actually. Player and boxes. And everything else can go on the other layer. Okay, I can't name it that. Player and boxes. Okay, so now the player and all of these boxes will go onto this layer. Right? I can't drag it like that though. I guess I do X to delete them, go onto this layer and paste them back in. That should work. Okay, so now all those are on the player and boxes layer, and the other things, most importantly the door and the switch, are on the layer below that. So now the player should be on top of those things. And now I need to figure out how to not run into corners like I have been. There we go. Because if I go up here, unless I'm lined up exactly correctly, I'm not going to be able to go through there. Ooh, I made it. But yeah, if I go onto a corner, I think I break things. If I hit the corner just right. Which of course I can't now that I'm trying to demonstrate it, but it definitely happened earlier. Yeah, like that. And now I'm just trapped in the corner and I can't move. Okay, so that means that I'm not checking collisions correctly. I think I basically just need to move in the X direction before I check the Y, and I think that should fix it. But yeah, I'll give that a shot. So in the move around, I just need to check all my X things and then move in the X direction, and then check the Y things and move in the Y direction. Ooh, that's kind of awkward though. So this is where I get my momentum, and then the collisions are the only thing I need to adjust. So I think I have to do X before Y. So this just needs to move down here. And then I move in the X direction up here before I do Y's. X collisions, X box collisions, and then Y collisions. This is not ideal at all, but I think it should work. Whoa, I'm speedy now. I definitely broke something. Okay, what did I do? Let's end task. Again. This is the fun part, where I screw things up and then have to figure out what the heck I did. These are both X, and then these are both Y, so that part's right. Oh, I add my X momentum twice. Okay, should be good now. That looks the same, collisions work the same, all this stuff works the same, but I don't get caught in corners maybe. Hopefully, possibly. Doesn't look like it, because I got caught really easily last time. I still need to make it easier to go through that gap, because right now it's ridiculous, but yeah, I think if I just make my player slightly smaller actually, that could help me. So if I go to my player sprite, edit image, I will just erase the outer edge, and then that'll make my entire player a bit smaller. And that way I can fit through a gap like that a little easier. That work? Yeah. Okay. And now back over here, the collision mask I need to adjust. Automatic. Oh, it's not figuring it out though. Okay, so I'll have to do it manually and just do this. So now my player is slightly smaller. And I'll have him centered in the middle. Okay. Now the other thing I want to do is make sure that the switch is in the center of the block, because I can tell it isn't now. Middle center. Yeah, it needs one more pixel on the left, remove one from the top, put two on the bottom. Okay. Edit image. What color was it? Was it this color? I think it was this color. Yeah. 1, 2. Just like this, and then I need to erase the top layer. And now it should be centered. Although I probably actually want this to be a little bit bigger. So I'll go ahead and do that. Maybe I can make it slightly rounded, so it looks a little more like a switch. Perfect. Okay, that looks awful. I'll just leave it like this. Cool. And now the door should be the same way. Yeah, looks good. Okay, then all of that works. The last thing I need to do is make sure that the player can't go through doors. And I think I can do that really easily and slightly cheaply by just making it a child of the wall object. Cancel. I do want to stop the currently running project, but actually, to make my life a little bit easier, I'm going to first make sure he's not in the middle of the wall, and then I'm going to put some walls here. That way I can line myself up with the door a little easier. Okay. So now I shouldn't be able to go through that door. Unfortunately, I think I still can't go through the door when it's open. But, yeah, there we go. I can't go through that door, and my player is slightly smaller now, which is handy. But yeah, now I come over here, push this box. And I still can't, yeah. Because I'm just not drawing the door. The door is technically still there. It's just not being drawn. So all I need to do now is make it so I can go through the door somehow. And what's the easiest way to do that? I could move the door somewhere else. I could deactivate the door, but then the door can't activate itself afterwards, so that might not work. That seems kind of weird. What could I do? I think maybe moving the door would be easiest. If I just move it off screen somewhere, like maybe if I put the door right there when it's not being used, and then when it is being used, or when it's locked, I just pop it back over here. Or I could manage the collisions in the player object so it only collides when the door is shut. It's a little cheap, but I think it's going to be easier to just move the door. So, in the create event, I'm going to have a couple of things. Linked switch equals no one. I already have that. Okay, and now I want X position to be equal to the X that it is when it starts. Y position is equal to the Y that it is when it starts. Okay, that works. And then if the door is unlocked, rather than just not drawing itself, and actually I probably want to draw itself to make this a bit easier for me to debug. So if it's unlocked, then I want it to set its x to be equal to 0, y is equal to 0, and yeah, that'll work. Else x equals x position, y equals y position. And so now, if it's unlocked, it'll move it off and it'll be in the top corner. I'll actually still be able to see it. But when it's locked, it'll move to the position that it's supposed to be in. So this way, when the door is unlocked, it'll just kind of pop over to the top left corner. Here we go. Push this block over. There we go. Ooh, except I can't see it up there. Can I get through? Yes, so it did move. But I can't see it for some reason. I thought I would be able to see it. That is a little bit strange. I mean, in theory it's not a problem, but maybe it is. Maybe it's just off slightly, like, if I go like this. Right there. Oh, it is here, what? Oh, okay, yeah. Because I told it not to draw itself. Okay. So in the draw event, it still doesn't draw itself if it's unlocked. I don't want that anymore. Actually, I can delete this entire event. Because I don't care if it draws itself anymore. That's fine if it draws itself when it's unlocked, because it'll be off the screen. So now when I do this, it'll pop up over there. Assuming that this works, I'll just move it so that I can't see it in the top left corner. There we go. So now it just moves over there. And what I'm going to do is, instead of moving to right here, I'll have it move off screen over here so you can't see it. Like -100, -100, so it's up there somewhere. And that way it just looks like it just disappears when the door unlocks. That should work. So I'll change the x to -100 and the y to -100. Okay, so now that should work. Next thing I need to do is test multiple doors, multiple switches, that sort of thing. So let's put another door right here and another switch right here. So this switch is going to have an index of 1 instead of 0, and this door is going to have an index of 1. So now that switch and that door should be linked. And the other switch and the other door should still be linked. So they should work as two separate systems of doors and switches. Here's that one, that unlocks that door, that unlocks that door. Perfect. There we go. And let's go put this block over here. No problem. Okay, that switch is on the wrong layer. But otherwise, this is working fine. Cool. Now I do have a couple other things that I'm going to test with this, but first let me make sure that these go onto the correct layer. Oh, and there's a million walls on this layer as well. Actually, just 3 walls. Those should also be on that layer. Okay. So now, to test it, I want to see what happens if multiple switches are hooked up to a door, and if multiple doors are hooked up to a switch. I think multiple switches to a door, just one of them will work, and it's sort of like random which one it will be. But for the other one, I think multiple doors to a switch, the switch will just unlock both doors, but that's what I'm going to test. So this switch, I'll start by changing this so that it has an index of 0. And now both of these switches have an index of 0. So both of these switches should connect to this door. But the door, I think, will only pick 1. Oh, I broke something. Step event of door. Okay. Gotcha. So this door now has an index of 1, and there's no switch with that index. So I'll change this to an else, actually. If I just put an else here, it won't do any of this until it has a door linked to it. Although that means it'll check for a door every time. Actually, okay, yeah, that should be double equals, but GameMaker is cool about it. But yeah, that should work, I think. Now it shouldn't crash when I start it up. Alright. Yeah, so that switch doesn't work. That one does. So it just picked this switch randomly, it seems like, and this one just sort of doesn't do anything now. So that's fine, because when I'm making the levels, I just won't hook up multiple switches to a door. That's not, like, I don't think I need to do that. That should be fine. So now the next thing to test is I will make this door also have an index of 0. So now both of these doors have an index of 0, and I'm going to delete the switch. So now both of these doors are hooked up to the same switch, and I'll see what happens when I press it. It gets rid of both doors. Cool, that's what I figured. So that works just fine. I can push boxes, I can put them on switches. Everything seems to be going alright so far. And it looks like I just passed the 1 hour mark, actually. And I finished all of the mechanics of the game, which that's actually a lot faster than I thought that was going to go. So I guess I have a fair bit of time left, actually. So I guess all I need to do now is make levels, and I want to make a menu and some sort of a windscreen when I'm done. So that's what's left to do. I'm going to take a drink really quick. Alright. So I think I want to save making levels for last, because I can make as many levels as I want, and that way I can just keep doing that until time runs out. So I want to make a main menu with a level select and some sort of a windscreen, and then I should be good to go. So first things first, though, I want to make a template for the levels, so that when I get to making them I have a, like something easy to go with. So I'm going to rename this to level underscore template. And then I'm going to actually duplicate it really quick so that I have this. And now this level template, I will delete everything in it except for the player, basically. Instances, I want to get rid of all of these. And now I just have a blank room with the correct layers and with a player in it already, and that will make it easier for me to build levels quickly when I want to, because I can just duplicate this when I start up making the level. So the first room, though, I need to create a room, and this is going to be our menu. And that's going to be the first thing that you see, so it's going to go up at the top. This is going to be different to all the other rooms because I'm going to use my mouse on it. Alright, so this means I actually need to make a couple more sprites for buttons and things. So to do that, I want to start with... yeah, I guess I just need to make a sprite. So how big is this room? Width is 1024. So if I want buttons, how many squares are across here actually? If each square is 32, I can just do 124 divided by 32. 1024 divided by 32. Typing on the other screen. Oh, it's just 32. Okay, so there's 32 boxes. Say I want each button to be maybe 3 by 3 on the boxes. So if each, maybe 4 by 4. So that means I can fit 32 in here. Or there are 32 total, divided by 4 would be, shoot, I should know that, that's 8. So 8 if they were right next to each other, but I want some space in between them. I could do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 per row pretty easily. So I could do 5, 10. That seems good. I can do level select like that. 5, 10. So I want my sprite, create sprite. It's going to be called S menu button. And it's going to change, not going to be 32 by 32. Instead, it will be 128 by 128. Apply. Okay, now I'm going to edit the image, make a rectangle. Oh wow, this is kind of hard to do. Okay. What color should it be? I need to pick some kind of a color scheme for this. So there's the background of the button, more or less. And from here I can round the corners maybe. So if I take my eraser and go 1, 2, 3, 2, 3. How does that look zoomed out? Oh, that's hardly rounded at all. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Making sprites is not what I'm good at, so this could be really bad if you're used to this kind of thing. I'm not, so I'm just kind of working this out as I go along. That looks more rounded-ish. So now let's take this and see if I can copy it. Copy, and then rotate it. Oh, jeez, I want to rotate it 90 degrees. Come on. It's not that hard. Okay. That's my new brush. Actually, I could just flip the brush tool. Okay, there we go. And now I'll paint this one up here. Oh, except I can't see that if I do it. Okay, I'll erase a bunch. Put it on right there. Jeez, okay. Yeah, this is really not my thing, but I should be able to get this to work. Flip it this direction, flip it this direction. Shoot. How do I get it to go the way I want it to? Flip it this direction? Yeah. There we go. Put that right there. Then come down here and do the same thing on the bottom corner. First I need to erase a bunch and then stick it in. And then I go back to this brush and just fill in all the spots I missed. Cool. So now, come up here, fill it in. Over here, fill it in. And fill it in over here. Nice. Now I've got a nice, very slightly rounded button. That's really not rounded enough. Come on. There's got to be an easier way to do this. But I don't know it, so I guess I'm going to keep going with this for now. And I'll fill this in gray, I guess. That's a terrible color. What if I make it green? That's also a pretty terrible color. Is there like an offset tool or something? I don't know enough about making sprites in here. Actually, I have an idea. I can just make a quarter of it and then copy the whole thing around. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I deleted 4 more off that side. And then I can make this a bit better. Okay, so there's that. And now, if I paint with a different color, I'll make the outside gray maybe, a lighter gray. Wow, that's really hard to see. Okay. But that's the basic idea I'm going to go for here. And by drawing along here, I can just copy a quarter of this button onto the rest of the page, and I should be able to get it to work. I can flip it and copy it and do whatever I want to. that way. I should probably just be drawing lines, actually. That would be a lot faster. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Now down here, I can come back and start doing it this way again. That looks symmetrical to me. No, it doesn't. It doesn't look symmetrical at all. Ah, it's really hard to see this. Okay, I've got a square moving along here. Is it looking right? That looks right, but then over here it doesn't look right. What am I doing wrong? Oh, I messed this up pretty badly somehow. Oh, it's not symmetrical around the outside. Great. Well, you know what, that'll do. That's just fine. That's just fine. Alright. Now I need a rectangle select. I need to grab 64, 64 in the middle here. 65, 64, 64. So from actually this point is where I need to go. 65, 65, and then zoom out and select that much. There we go. Now that's going to be my brush. And then I erase everything. There we go. And I paste it in using this brush tool to make it symmetrical. There we go. Flip it this direction. Put it over here. Oh, I didn't do it correctly. Whatever. Flip it this direction. Put it up here. And flip it this way. Put it over here. Perfect. Now I take this gray color again and just fill it in over here where I missed these spots. And that way I can just paint bucket fill the inside. Hopefully I'm not doing too much more sprite work on here on stream because wow am I awful at it. Okay, there we go. Now I have a button, and my basic idea is to put text that says the level number inside this button so that you can click it and go to that button. So, there's the sprite done. Now I need to create an object. Menu button. And sprite is S menu button. Add event. Mouse pressed. Left pressed on this button. Go to level. This is going to have a variable in it that says where it needs to go. Add. It's going to have a label, which is going to default to default. And it's going to have a variable, not variable, what should I call it? Room, and this is the room that it'll send you to. So our menu can be the default. And then I'll change these in each individual button. That shouldn't be a problem. So left pressed, so when I press the left mouse button, room, go to room. So go to the room that you're set to want to go to. Let's change it to target room because that'll be a little bit easier. Target room, and then change this to lowercase label. Okay. Now the other thing I need to do is add a draw event. Draw end, right, to make sure that it happens after we draw. Yeah. the other thing, actually, I need to make sure that these buttons are centered in the middle center, because that'll make my text easier. Okay, back to the button. Oh, I don't have draw set text in here, so I'm gonna have to set all the font things on my own, manually. So during the draw event, draw set color C underscore, I don't know, let's make it white for now. Draw set font, and then F button, and I need to add that font. F button, and what do I want it to be? I can use this font, actually, that's pretty good. What size should it be? Let's see, these buttons are 128. I can make it at least 32, for sure. Turn off anti-aliasing. We can try 32, maybe? 32 would be really small, actually. Let's try 64. Okay. And then draw set H-align, and then FA underscore center. Draw set V-align, FA underscore top. Draw text, and the location is X, Y, plus F button. I need font get height. Font get height. Font get size, there we go. Divided by 2. And then label. So this needs to be Y plus font get size. F button divided by 2, label. So that will get the size of the font. And I need to actually subtract that, not add it. And that should draw the text onto the button, I think. So on the menu, let's just pop a button in here and see what happens. And then I need to change this, change the variables. Let's change the string that it says to 1. And then the room that it goes to will be level underscore 1. Or it's currently called template 1. I'm going to change the name of that level, but there we go. And now I think I should be able to see the text on the button. Oh, something's broken down here. It can't read label correctly. That, oh, okay. I need to change the variable type. Let's say string. Okay, now let's see what happens over here. Let's try that. Maybe that'll work. Okay, that's more or less correct. It's not quite centered. Let me try saying something else. Test. See if it's still slightly off center, because it should be exactly in the middle. Test. It's a little off to the right for some reason. That's in the middle center. Face center. X. Let's just do like X minus 2 and see if that does anything. Also, I don't think I like the pixely font. Let's pick a normal font. We'll try that. That seems a bit more centered. It also isn't quite high enough, but that I can adjust. Y minus 20 minus font size. So I just kind of have to adjust this so that it gets itself centered. It should be alright. Yeah, so maybe 15 there should work. And then if I adjust this so that it says an actual level number again, I think this should work. Perfect. Now I can just change the color to something that looks better, and I think that should be good to go. Maybe, hopefully. Let's change this from white to C underscore gray. Gray. We'll try that. Yeah, that kind of matches a little more now. It's not a great aesthetic, but at least it's a theme going on color-wise. Okay. So now I just need to make some more of these buttons. Actually, if I just do this, that's the easiest way to do it. So I think I decided I want 5 per row. Ooh, 6 fits nicely. Whatever. I'll do 6 for now. I'm sure I'll have to adjust this later. I'm not actually sure why I'm putting all these in, but anyway, here we go. Let's take level template and duplicate it. And here is level 1. Alright. That should work. Alright, looking good. I just realized I missed the most important part though. I don't have a way for you to beat the level. I need one more sprite here. This is S goal. And this is just going to be something that you need to get to win. Some sort of a final thing. I don't know. I'm not sure what color to make it actually, because it needs to look like something that you want to get to. I could make it black and white checkerboard maybe. Yeah, that could work. I'll try that. Black and white. And then boxes. It's 32 by 32, so if I make these squares 4 by 4, it should work. Actually, I think 8 by 8 might be better. Let's start up here as well to make this easier. 7, 7. 7, 15. 7. That much. There we go. Okay, that looks good. 15, 20. I don't even remember what I'm supposed to be going for in this direction. That looks right. Okay, so this checkerboard will be the goal that I'm going for. Okay, that should look pretty inviting as the end goal, which is what I'm going for. So yeah, and then when I get to this, I need an O goal. And when I get to O goal, add event collision, which is here, collision with the player. Room go to. I need to go to next room, and then what it's going to do is room go to. Room go to next. Right? Actually, let's do, so player 1 equals true. It's going to start off equaling false. So add a variable player 1 false. If player 1 is false. So if the player hasn't won yet, basically, if this is the first time they touch the goal, then I want to set an alarm. Alarm set 0 and set it for, this is in it's in frames? I think it's in frames. So I'll set it for 60 frames, which is 1 second. And so in 1 second, I will go to the next room. Add event, alarm, 0. This is go to next room. Room go to next. And then it's going to have a draw GUI event. Draw player win text. Okay. If player 1 draw set text, or draw set font F button. I'll just use the same font for now. Draw set color C underscore white. This text will be white. That should work. Draw set. What else do I need to set? I need to set the horizontal line. FA center. And draw set V align to FA top. And then draw text, display get GUI width, right? Display get GUI width divided by 2, display get GUI height divided by 2, display get GUI height divided by 2 plus 15, just because I think that's about where the center is. And the string is you win. So once the player's won, it'll draw this for 1 second and then it'll go to the next room. Cool. So in level 1, which, I duplicated the wrong thing here, I think. Okay, template 1 is the actual template. That's confusing, but okay. Rename this to test room, and then rename this to room template. And then level 1, I'm going to get rid of everything in here for now. And then I'm just going to slap a goal on. Oops. O goal, not S goal. Now I'm going to go to the goal and see what happens. So I should see the text "you win" show up for a minute, and then I'll go to the next room. But I'm having some problems. Oh yes, menu. This button has the wrong thing. The wrong variable, rather. I want to close out of that menu, actually, because I don't need that. Target room is level 1. Why is that should not be capitalized? I don't want a capital name level. There we go. Alright. Now I will test out this new thing. Template 1. What? Oh wait, these are, yeah, the next couple of these. Okay, let me just delete these. Okay. Yeah, these all say default. It's pretty broken, but whatever. Okay, I need to set that variable in the goal. I thought I did, but whatever. Player 1 equals false. Why am I doing underscore? I never do underscores. What the heck, me? Be consistent. Alright. Oh, nope, I messed up. Okay, now I can do it. Okay. So now all the variables have the same names, everything should be working. Go to the first room. Cool, I can move around, I can push boxes, all that good stuff. When I go to the goal, you win. And then I go to the next level. Sweet. Oh, that's perfect. Okay. So now I have a menu that'll take me to the levels that I want to go to, and I have a first level, and that level takes me to the next level. All that good stuff. And when I get to the end, I can just have a credits room to go to. Perfect. I'm just going to have to adjust the variables on loads of these things now, and that's basically all I have to do. This is going to be 2, and it's going to go to level 02. I'm not going to set all of those right now, because I don't even know how many levels I'm going to make. But that much should work just fine. I guess I could get started making levels, or I can make an ending screen. Maybe I should make an ending screen. That does seem like something I should probably get started doing. This is going to be our ending, and this will go up here below level 1. So these 2 down here aren't going to be used in the final game. Just this area is going to be where I'm going. So in this room, our ending, I'm just going to put some text, basically, I think. I don't know if it's easier to do with sprites or just draw. I think I'll just, like, draw text. Yeah, I'll create an object, ending text. It's not going to have a sprite or anything, it's just kind of going to be there and make text. So, draw GUI. Draw text in end room. So draw set font, all the same stuff that I did in these other ones. Grab this and just put it down here. Okay. So it's going to set all the font correctly, and then, whoops, draw text at display get GUI height. So the width divided by 2, and then maybe 100 just for a random area slightly below the top of the screen, and it's going to say congratulations, you beat the game. Okay, and then it's going to say right below that, click the button below to go to the main menu. And then this needs to be at the height of 200 so that it's below the other text. And then I'm going to have a button that goes to the main menu. I might just have a normal menu button. Yeah, for now that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to have a normal menu button that doesn't say... Or actually, if I just put it in the middle and put like an arrow on it, that'll work. So I don't have to put too much text on that overflows. So instead of saying default, it will go... I can't even fit the word menu, can I? Something like that. That seems like it would go to the menu. Okay, we'll try that. Level 2, oh yeah. Ugh. Create room, level _02. Just because that needs to exist for me to do the rest of the stuff here. I capitalized it. I really need to stop trying to rush to do things quickly. Okay, now it started up. Go to level 1, here we go. Go to here, you win. And I cannot see the text because I never added that to the room, but if I go here it takes me back to the main menu. Cool. So now I just need to go here and put this object into the room. I'll put it up here. Now I should see that text when I come into this room. Alright, go to the goal. Oh, okay, that's way too big. Okay. Yeah. Alright, so I'm going to come up to the text, create font. This is F. Ending, I guess. And it's going to be smaller. Instead of being 30 or 64, I'll make it 32. I'll turn anti-aliasing on too, why not? Okay. So now in the ending text, instead of using F button, it will use F. Ending. There we go. You win. Go to the ending screen. Congratulations, you beat the game. Click the button below to go to the main menu. There we go. And now I'm back on the main menu. Awesome. So, I think I have nothing left to do but make some levels. I guess I can put a title up there just to make sure I'm super extra 100% ready. And I'm not even 2 hours in. This is going pretty good. Let's create an object. This is, menu text, add event, draw GUI. No, not draw. Delete event, add event, draw GUI. Now I need to go to ending text and basically just copy all of this into the other thing. Yeah, actually I'll copy literally all of it, and then I can just get rid of parts. So I definitely don't need that. I can just, I need a name for the game. Let's call it the game for now. That should work. That just gives me a title, and then I can change that when the game has a title. If anyone watching has an idea for a title, feel free to tell me. Based on my dashboard, I don't think anyone has a title listed. Or I don't think anyone's watching at the moment, because it says 1 viewers and I'm watching. So, but if anyone shows up and somehow goes back and listens to this and has a title idea, feel free to tell me. I'm open to suggestions. So let's go to menu and just drop a menu text object in here, because that's kind of important. The game. Perfect. Actually, this can probably be the larger text as well. This can be F button. Awesome. So, yeah, nothing left to do but start making levels, I guess. I'll close out of these other levels that I don't need. I'll actually delete level 2 at the moment, because I need to duplicate level template. This is level 02 now. Alright. So back to level 1. Okay. Now the hard part, I need to come up with an actual level. And actually, in level template, I'm going to go and add a goal, because every level needs a goal. Perfect. Back to level 1. Time to design a level. Okay, so for starting, I should have a pretty easy level, I assume. Something that will make people sort of just help people to figure out how the game works. Alright. So maybe some boxes, no switches and doors yet. I'll just have a couple of boxes that you have to push out of the way to get through. I want it to be a bit of a puzzle. I don't want it to be just like, okay, move the box, there you go, the first level isn't even a level. But it shouldn't be too difficult. So I need a couple of boxes for you to push out of the way to get to the goal. let's move the goal over here for now and just make it pretty obviously over there. And then I'll maybe have some paths that you have to go through and push a box. So you'd push a box through here, and then from there I'm not sure. I would want something where you push the box up, and then you have to go over here. So the player is going to be down here to start off. And then there'll be a box right up here. Now the player will come up and push this box. I really want that box to like block their way once they do that, so that they have to push it back down, ideally, is what I'm going for here. So I'm not quite sure the best way to do that. That's some janky things going on over there. Okay, delete those. So this box will go up here. Maybe if I delete this. So that would go up and block them from getting through there. Something like that, I think, makes sense. Then I can delete these unnecessary blocks. So now they would come up here, they need to push that up, and then they'd have to push it over that direction, but then it gets stuck and they can't get through. So, except I think that this is impossible now, so I need to figure out a way to make it not impossible. Maybe if I move this over here. Add another wall there. But now they can just push it up there. So somehow they need to be able to push it down, but not up, I guess? That doesn't seem doable with the system I've created. Maybe, actually, I just put the box up somewhere else. I think maybe I'm thinking about this too hard. It needs to start there to make them try. Like, if you just went straight for it, it wouldn't work. You have to go around and push it out of the way first. Yeah, that seems simpler. So I'm going to delete a lot of this, actually. And basically I'm going to adjust the walls so that there's a little area where you would try and push it through that doesn't work. So this is where you would, if you push it in there, it's not going to be able to go through. So you have to push it around this way. Yeah. Something like this. And then the player starts out down here. That seems like a decent starting level to me. If you just try and go straight for the goal, you can't get through, so you have to go around and push the box down there first, and then you can go through. We'll try that. Make sure that it works like I expect it to and all that. Level 1. Go through here. Push the box. Oh no, I'm trapped and now I can't get through. Rip me. Retry. Okay, so R needs to restart the room, not the game. There we go. And now I can go through and be happy and go to level 2. Okay. So, I do need to change this key press R though. Right now it restarts the entire game. I just want to restart the room so that they can retry whatever puzzle they're currently in. And then add another event. This is key pressed escape. So now when they press escape, it will go to the main menu. Our menu. So that way they can quit back to the main menu really easily if they give up on a level or something. Just seems like a handy thing to be able to do. Okay. Level 1. There we go. If I go through here, it's broken. Oh no, I can't get through. Shoot, I messed up. I need to retry this. And now, if I hit R, I restart the room. Perfect. Now I come up around here, push the box down, go through. Nice. You win. On to level 2. Okay, I think that's working. Now I need to start working on the next level. So for this one, maybe I'll make one more level before I get to switches and doors. So this way, how can I make this work? I need a more complicated puzzle involving boxes without switches and doors is what I want. So how can I make a more complicated puzzle with boxes? I could start off with 2 boxes next to each other. So what if I had something like this? Where I have 2 boxes right there, and the player can't push through, so they have to move the first box to push the second box. That seems like a solid foundation. Let's see where that goes. So the player can't just push through, they have to push this box out of the way. Maybe I can just make a whole series of boxes like this that you have to get out of the way somehow, but with limited space to do so. Something like this, maybe. No, that doesn't really work actually. Delete that. If I come through here, the player would just skip straight to the end and push that one over. Maybe I can actually have one of these boxes be over here. Oh, these 2 boxes are on the wrong layer. Okay. What if I have another box there? Now, they can't push in that direction either. So you're kind of stuck until you can move that box out of the way. So sort of a sequence of doing things type of puzzle going on here. So now you have to push that box over, to push that box over, to push that box over. And that'll go in there to allow you to get through here. I can do sort of a multi-stage puzzle too, actually. That's not a problem, really. So you get through there, and then you're on to the next area, where I can have a second sort of puzzly bit. Maybe just have a box right here that you have to push through. Kind of don't have any options at the moment, so you're forced to push it through there. And then once you get it past this area, give you some options of what you want to do with the box. Maybe 2 paths to go down or something. I'm still just like I'm just making things up here to try and get this to work. Although I do need to be careful, because if you get a box in a corner, it's just impossible to continue, so you'd have to restart the entire level. So I want to avoid making that happen to players as much as possible. So I'll try and widen this area so that they don't get stuck in a corner accidentally. So now, pushing this box through, they have two options of where they want to put the box. And maybe there's another box down a couple of these like that. And so now, if they push down here, they can't get through. If they push down here, get in the way. I guess, actually, there would be no reason to push that box through unless you were forced to. Maybe I can make a puzzle where you just have to try and leave the box behind in a strangely shaped room. Maybe that would be difficult? I'm not totally sure, actually. No, I don't think there's any way to make that challenging. This box is in the wrong layer again. As are both of these boxes. So, yeah, there's no reason to push a box through because it doesn't help you in any way, since I don't have switches yet. Maybe just something like this, actually. This seems okay. Just had a bit of an idea here. So you have to push it along something like this. And now the exit is right here, and you have to get through. So you have to push that box over, push that box up, and go through the exit. Which is hiding right down here. I still can't put sprites in. Come on, me. There we go. I can actually just delete like most of this and make a smaller area here. Okay, that should work, I think. That seems like a level to me. Yeah. Now the last thing I need to do is take these two boxes and move them to this layer. That should work. Now I can try out level 2. Alright, here we are. Now if I try and push through here, I can't. If I try and push through there, I can't. I could push that block over there, but that kind of works perfectly fine. Okay. I guess that works. Not how I'd intended that to be solved, but it did work. So, if I push this over here, I can't get to the goal. So, now I'm really messed up. So, yes, this is much easier than I had anticipated because I can push this that direction. I expected to be forced to push it this direction, but there's not really any way to force me to do that. So, I'll just have to come through like this. I mean, that's not really a problem, I guess. These aren't too difficult yet, so. Yeah. Some way to make this beginning part more difficult would be really helpful, I think. Because at the moment I can just push this over there. And you could basically do that accidentally. So I don't really want it to be that simple. Yeah, if I move this in that direction at all, I can totally get by this entire puzzle. What if I put a block there to keep me from doing that? Well, then I can't move any of these in any direction. And I basically just trapped myself. you literally can't do this puzzle wrong now. Like, I don't think I could force myself into doing this wrong if I tried, yeah. Okay. Although these boxes do kind of merge together in the graphics. Maybe I could give these boxes an outline so they show up more. If I do that, I'm really screwed and I just have to restart. Yeah. I mean, I guess this is alright. I'll go with this for now. Okay. This is why I put level making last, is because I know it's going to take forever. Let me make sure that this works as well. This goes to level 2 like it should. Yep. Okay, so now I just need to adjust the box sprite, because I want to give it an outline. Let's give it maybe a darker gray outline color. Just to make it stick out a bit more. And then maybe I can put an X on it, because crates tend to have X's on them for some reason. Now it looks more like a crate. Okay. Let's see how this looks now. They don't quite stand out as much as I was hoping, to be honest. But it's not too bad. It could certainly be a lot worse. If I do that, now I broke it. Okay. Okay. That seems to work. I guess I'll make level 3 up next. So this one is going to say 3. And it's going to go to level 3. Now I'm going to make a relatively simple level that uses switches. Oh great, I had caps lock on somehow. Just can't catch a break, can I? Alright, level 3. Put this down below level 2. And I can start making this one. I've got a goal. Maybe let's try and go the other direction as well. Now I can have a door that's blocking the goal. And actually, there's no reason I can't have doors wider than 1 block. So let's go ahead and do that. And then both of these, actually I can just keep them with their default since there's only going to be 1 door in this level. Alright, and then I'll put the switch down over here. And then the walls will just go up like this, and there's going to be a box over there you can grab that you need to get to complete the level. So just put a box up there, and then you have to push that down to beat the level. Seems simple enough, but I think it should work. Level 3. Oh, great. Back to the menu, where I left caps lock on over here as well. Okay. Let's try again. Now I should be able to play level 3. Here it is. That opens the door for me. But now I need to come up here and grab this. Now if I push that block at all, I'm basically screwed. Because I can't get up there anymore. And it's pretty easy to push that block, I would guess. So it might be better to do it like this. Yeah, I'm going to adjust the size of that, but this works. I'm going to adjust the size of this area up here is what I mean. And actually, this switch, I don't want that centered. I want that to show up in the top left. That way it's aligned to the grid. Okay. There we go. And now, I'll move this wall over there, that wall over there, and put the switch right there. And I'll also move this up. There we go. Let me double check that this level works, and then I'll move on to level 4, I guess. We've got 2 hours left. This is honestly going a whole lot faster than I expected. Maybe I can add some sound effects or something in time I might have left after I make levels. Assuming I have time left, because this could end up taking a super long time. What I am going to do, though, is change the player so that I can use WASD, because that will be handy. I'll have it use both arrow keys and WASD, or keyboard check. There's some way to do this. Shoot, what do you call that? It's like an O or something. Keyboard check to check an actual key, where you put a character in. ORD? Yeah. Keyboard check ORD W. That is what I'm looking for, I think. Alright, right is D, left is A, down is S. Now I should be able to play with WASD too. Let's do some speedrun and see how quick I can beat the first 3 levels. And WASD does seem to be working fine. So that's good. Do this, boop, boop, boop. Over here. You win. Level 3. Up here. Boop. Okay. Moving on. Level 4 is up next. What am I going to do for level 4? Basically, I need to make as many levels as I can using doors and blocks now, so I can do whatever from now on. Everyone understands how they all work. I can make things that are more complicated. Anything goes, really, at this point. Maybe make one where I have to try and get a box through to trigger a switch in order to open a door to the ending. These need to go on the other layer. And boxes, put that down. Okay. So this will work something like this. That'll go right there. This will go right here. And then I'll start putting some walls around. I just realized that I've just put everything on the wrong layer. Both of these things should be on the player layer. Or rather, should not be on the player layer. Being able to talk would also really help me here. So now I need to get a box through to this area in order to push that button and get through the goal. So, I can make some sort of a puzzle where I need to push boxes out of the way, but keep one accessible so that I can get through. If I make a shape like this, that just seems like an interesting shape for boxes anyway. And then I can put the walls around in ways that will let me get through them. So these two walls actually should be on this layer. Man, this whole multiple layers thing is messing with me. But now I need to be able to get one of these boxes out through here. What if I put another wall? So you push that block over there, and then that block comes out here. And then what if can't push it down because that's there or something. So I have to go around, but the only way around is also through these boxes. So the player's going to start out up there. Something like this. Now at this point I can just push that box down, so I don't want that to be able to happen. I could still grab that box and push it down. Push that around, then go grab it. I guess the main thing I was thinking was that you would have to push this block down to be able to do it. So you have to push that up, then move that one along. Come down, push that block. Out of the way. Actually, what if I make it so you don't want to push that block through? So that block actually winds up blocking you if you push it. That could work, maybe. But then I would want it to be a bit close. Well, no, that's fine. So then you come around here. Somehow I want to make it so you have to bring this block with you. So you push that one down. Actually, if I just put that there, I think that'll do what I want. Because now when you push that block down, that one comes around, and you can't push it back down at all. So you have to bring that through. And now I just need a way for you to be able to turn it around and get it over there. So you push it up here, and then you push it up against that wall, basically, to move it around and get it through there. I think that works. I'm gonna have to beat level 3 because I never updated the menu. Here we go. Just go through here real quick. Awesome. And now I'm on this level. So if I don't push that block, then I come through here, do all this stuff. Ooh, yes, that's important. I can't push it down if I do that. What if I push this block over instead? Now I've trapped myself because I can't avoid pushing that over there. So I do need to not push that block, just bring this along. Then I leave it there, go around. There's not enough space to do this properly. Or easily, I mean. There we go. So what would make this easier? If I give myself more room to go over to the left here. I think that's probably the easiest way to do this. If I got rid of that block maybe, then I don't have a way to line it up to push it over there. That's actually not a problem. So I'll go here and delete that wall, and that should make this area a little bit simpler. Now, there was something else that I just remembered. Yeah, I need to change the menu. So this one, variables, this is going to be 4, and it goes to level 4. Just like that. Push this down, over, up, around. Ooh, now I can't push that up. That is a problem. Okay. So I do need an area where I can align it, which that block was handy for. So what if I take this and put that wall back and delete these walls, maybe? Then if I push that block through, I can't... Okay, that actually might make a better puzzle, because then I can push that block and it looks like I can get through, but I can't because I can't go through there yet. And there's no way to push another block along there. I think that actually made the puzzle quite a bit better, that mistake I just made. So now, if I push this along, it seems like this is the right area to go. But I can't get through here because that switch controls that door, and I can't go through. So maybe I try and push another block over so that I can get through. If I push this over here, and then I tried to get through down here, I'm still completely trapped and I can't push another block up. Yeah. So now if I push this one through though, it's pretty simple to push that along there and get through the end. Okay, I think that works. That ending button does look pretty terrible though. I think I'm going to change the, oh, I need to go to the ending room. Change the text on this button from that to maybe 2 arrows back. That makes more sense. Alright. Now I'm going to close out of this. Close out of these sprites I don't need anymore, just to clear out my tabs. There's level 4 done, I think. Now that I have so much space up here, I'm not sure I need that area, but I guess it can't hurt. Yeah, I'll leave all that extra space up there. This I could probably shrink down as well, but it doesn't really matter, so I'm going to move on. Duplicate level template to make level 3. Sorry, level 5. There we go. And I need to come up with another idea for a level. So I could try and start making levels with multiple doors, and I think that's where more puzzle possibilities will start opening up. Or I could try and make another level with a single door, but try and make it just different. I guess I'll just see what happens, actually. I can sort the level orders however I want when I'm done, so... For now, I'll just make whatever levels I have an idea for, which at the moment is none. So, let's try and maybe make this one where you're generally going down, just to change things up a bit. So, for this one, maybe I can have a system where... Ooh, I think I just had an idea. Okay, yeah. So I'm going to have 2 doors here before the goal. There's one here and one here. Whoops. Variables. These bottom doors will have an index of 1. Okay. And now, I'll close out of both of these real quick. And actually I'm going to scoot those down a bit. now I can take these walls and make it so that in between the doors you can go back to an area where you have to switch which switch a block is on. So over here there's going to be 2 switches. Right there and right there, maybe. And the box is over here somewhere. And now the player has to push this box over here. And that switch up here will link to the bottom doors. And that switch will link to the top doors. Okay, I think this is broken at the moment. Like, I don't think this is going to work the way I want it to. But I guess the only way to find out is to test it, so I'll go ahead and do that. And I didn't make a level 5 button, did I? Nope. So I need to beat this level again to get to it. There we go. Now, what I was thinking was make it so that you have to push this block. Oh, I can't even push it. Push this block down to the first one to make it do that, yeah. Let's make sure these work at least. That controls that one, that controls that one. Cool. Alright. So now I just need to make this actually work, basically. Put those up there. Is this on the right layer? No, of course not. I never put it on the right layer. There we go. Now I can push that block up and down there, make this work. I just started it without making the level 5 button again. So, time for some more level 4 speedrunning. Alright. Now I'm up into this area. So, that opens that door. That opens that door. But I can cheat and just do that. Yeah. Which is not what I want to do. So I need to not be able to come out if I push that block all the way through, basically. That should be simple enough. Or actually, what if I make it... Yeah. Well, that's easier, honestly. I'll just do that. These walls should not be on that layer. I am getting very confused about what layers are what and where they go. Okay. Now, I can try and push this box through, and I should be doing just fine. I'm just going to make the button before I forget. Change this to 5. Change this to level 5. Okay, now I can just push the button. Here we go. So now if I try to cheat the system here and push this all the way through, I can't do anything now. So that's not going to work. Now what if I push this down to here? That opens that door, that doesn't work. Push it down to there. Now I can come through this area, push that one up, and come down here. Perfect. Okay, I like that puzzle a lot, actually. That's a good one. Moving on to level 6. And I'll make the button before I forget. I could probably just make all the levels and have them be empty, but whatever. I think it might be better to just do it this way. Duplicate this, level 6. Alright. Now I need to come up with a puzzle for level 6. I already started with multiple doors going on, so I can do something more complicated with that. Maybe I can put some buttons in different places. trying to come up with just sort of the basic concept for a puzzle so that I can build it out and go from there. Maybe I can build something around pushing a switch with the player in order to do something, but I'm not sure there's actually any reason that I would push a switch with the player, since the player is the only thing that can move anything that's anywhere else. It doesn't matter if a door is open unless the player is going through it. Oh, I have an idea. Okay. So the box is going to start out on a switch, and then you have to go around. You have to push the box off the switch to continue, and then you have to figure out a way to get it back onto the switch. Alright. That's my plan now. Instances. Over here is the goal, with the door right in front of it, and the wall right here. Now the switch is right there under the box. So you can see the switch is there, and it's going to be pressed at the beginning, so it looks like you just come through here, push the box up, and go to the ending. But then it's not going to be that easy. Because when you push that out of the way, suddenly the door is blocked, and you have to somehow get that box back into place. So in order to do that, you'll have to push it around here somehow to be able to get around. So if I push it up there, then I can go back and push it down, then push it away through there. Push it up, I can just go around and push it down, and then I'm done, actually. So instead, I'll make the way to get around to there link up from the other side, maybe. So instead it comes up from there. I push that up, then I go around here to push it back down. And now the box is in that position, so I could push it that direction, which is a different direction than I was able to push it before. But that doesn't really help me in any way. Maybe. What if I link up to this side, actually? So I make a path around here. So now if I come around this direction and push that, if I push it up, I can push it down and come back around, but I can never be on that side when I push it. Maybe I have to push it onto another... Okay, I have to push it onto another switch to open a different door. That makes sense, I think. So if I take this, push it up there, and come around and push it down. Okay, I think I have a plan here. So basic idea is something like this. I push this up, and go around and push it back down, and when I push it down, I put it onto a switch that's in this area. Okay, got too many weird wall things going on here. But when I push it down, it goes down onto a switch that's in this area, which opens up a door here. Which allows me to come around this direction. And then from there, I can do something else, maybe. Ooh, I have an idea now. This area is going to need to be larger. I just deleted the switch, I'll add it back in a minute. Just to make sure there's lots of space to move things over here. But now the switch is right here. And then once I come through here, I can get another box, which I can push through and use to do the other stuff that I need to do. Alright, and that actually needs to be on this layer as well. Oh, great. Okay, so that box is going to go there. And now I can make the rest of the walls. And these go around like this. And that allows me to push this box through here, where I can do other things with it in the main area. I think that's all, more or less. Let me just move that over there so I can line things up. I guess the last thing is that I need to be able to line this block up with that. But I'll see how much of an issue that is once I get into it. Level 6. I don't think I'm going to be able to make 12 levels for this, honestly. Oh, and that switch is hooked up to those. Of course it is. Okay, so I need to adjust the indexes of these. So this is indexed 1, and this is index 1. Okay. So that opens that area up. And it seems like I can just come up here and, like, what's the difficulty here? Push that up and then, oh. That's where that comes from. Now I need to push this block down to open this door, to grab this block out. Okay, I don't have enough space here. Yeah. Alright. So I need to make that easier to do. And also I need to not do that. Alright, just like that, and then come through here, push this along. Yeah, that's really hard to line up correctly. So now, I can push this up here. Actually, I don't need to do any of that. Hold on. I just push this up like that, and then I can go through. Okay, so that's good, but I just need to make this area easier to use, basically. And I don't actually need as much space down here as I thought, so maybe I can get rid of some of this. Okay, that was dumb. Here we go. So now I just need to be able to line that bit up more easily. And I think actually the way I do that is just move all that down. Right, that should work. Because then I can put those blocks there. Oh wait, no, I see. I need to move all of this stuff over there. Okay. And then that moves over there. Player goes down there. And I add a couple more walls. And other things. I think that works. So now that comes out. And it's much easier to push it into place over there. Oh, except this block is in completely the wrong position. That needs to move down here, like that. Now things should work, I think. I prefer that to also not be in that position, actually. Because if I can line up with that, somehow that would be easier. What if I move this wall over? Okay, I think that works. Alright, here we go, level 6. So I have to push this through there. Then I have to go down here. Go through there, I can't do this. This is trapped over there. I can't really push that anywhere useful, so I do have to go down there to open that door. Ah, I pushed it anyway. Alright. It is really easy to push things into the wrong place, but I think it's a little late to try and revise the controls significantly, so now I just push this over here, and up there. Now I can go around down here to get to the exit. That's a good level, I think. Now I've got 6 levels. I think if I get 10 solid levels, that'll be good. And then I can work on maybe polishing up a couple of things even. I could probably get some sound effects in here. Yeah, I'll go for that. So 10 levels is what I'm looking for. So let me go to the menu and remake this to fit the 10 level thing better. This is level 7. To go to level 7. Okay. And then level 8. I'm just going to make all of these into their correct labels and room targets and everything. Alright. And then this one is level 9. And level 10. That should work, I think. Alright, and now that that's done, I just need to reorganize these. So I don't think I'm going to need those anymore. I can move these over there, drop this down here, and then move all of them so that they're centered on the screen. Alright, I think that looks good. So those are my 10 level selects. I should probably have an exit. It doesn't really matter, I don't think. You can just close out of the program. So I don't need an exit or quit button or anything. The name of the game is up there. Buttons are down here. Looks alright. Now I just need to make all those levels so that the game doesn't crash when I start it up every time. Duplicate this. This is level 7. So that means I have 4 levels left to make. Duplicate. Level 8. Duplicate. Duplicate is Control D. 9. And level 10. Okay. I think that works. Now when I start this up, we should see the menu as it will appear when it's done. Yep. Alright. So, level 6 is complete. That's this level. We'll play through it one more time, just for good measure, I guess. Push that down to that switch. Come through here, grab this block, put it up here, and then come down around. Now, to beat these levels, they're all the same because they're the template level. Level 10. I win! Congratulations, I beat the game. Go to the main menu. The end. Alright, so I just need to make these 4 levels now, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And after that, I'm basically done, I think. So, let's get cracking. Level 7. That means I need 4 more level ideas. That could be a challenge. How can I start out? So, I tried the one level where you have to untangle a mess of boxes. Maybe that's something I can do again. But better because I have switches now. I'll try that. So if I just make some sort of a strange collection of boxes here, then maybe I need to get past them? So now, if I have something like this that I need to get past, and then maybe I need to bring a box through or something to add to the difficulty a bit. Let's see. Because it would be super easy to just take the bottom one off there and then figure it out. But what if I have to bring one of these boxes and put it on a switch to get through a door to go to the goal? Oh, these are all on the wrong layer. Oh no, I just copied. Great. Okay, well, I just hit copy instead of paste, and so I messed up my cut-paste thing that was going on, so. Now I'm forgetting what I'm doing. I need to take these walls and build the level back. Okay. Here we go. There's a switch over there that the box would go on, and then that's how you get through the door to go to the exit. Cool. Now somehow, I need to make this challenging to get through while bringing a box. So if I push that up and push that over, I can just bring that box straight through. So that's probably not what I want to do. I could use the box, because the boxes on the walls are limited in the directions that they can move. So that seems like it could be an interesting mechanic to use somehow. So if I take these boxes, what if I get rid of this box for now? Because now, well, I have to push through there, and I can just go straight through right now, but these 2 boxes I can't use. I have no chance of pushing those away from the wall, basically. So if I put this here, now it's more of a challenge because you have to move that, but it's still really not difficult at all. Let me just try making different shapes out of boxes and see what happens. While I'm testing the levels, I think it's easier if I just put the boxes over here. But what if I make... That's the sort of shape I did before. What about something like this? Oh, I don't want to rotate them. Okay. So with this shape, if I push one there, I have to push that up out of the way to go through. If I put this box here, I just can't move any of these boxes ever, because 4x4 squares of boxes are unmovable. So that doesn't work. What if I put this here? That doesn't really make it any more difficult, actually, because I still just move that box out of the way. What if moving that box out of the way blocked the path somehow? Now I'm thinking maybe this is too small an area to work in. So, if I do something like this, now those boxes actually can't be moved at all, so that's not a great bit that I've got going on there. But now if I move that, I still push that straight through. Now I can't. If I push that one out of the way, I can push it up there to get through. Or I can move that box, push that, push that, push that, and push through. That seems like a better way to do it. So grab these and move them up here. Delete these two extra walls. This seems like slightly more puzzly now, because I have to push that block up, push that out of the way. Yeah, okay. Let's try this. I think this is a bit puzzly now. Go to level 7. So now I have to push this block out of the way, and then come around, push these two down to push that block through and get to the end. If I just try and push this down, if I do it in this order, actually I can still get through, so that works. So maybe if I move these over more though, that will not be possible anymore. Nah, I can still do it at this point. If I push this over, I can still just go like that. If I do it one more, then I wouldn't be able to. This seems a bit more like it. Now I have to push this, push that down. That didn't work. So you have to push this, go around, push these two down, go through here. Okay. So that's alright. But what if I have to get through something else before this, and it doesn't matter about bringing a box with me, but just sort of to make this level a bit more difficult? Because right now it's not a very difficult level at all. And maybe I can make this a bit more difficult to think through by adjusting this part so that it's an angle that you have to go through. Something like this. And the boxes are somewhere within this curve. Something like this, so that you have to push down and around. I mean, like this, it's not that difficult at all. I just push that down and then push away. In fact, it's impossible to mess that up. If I delete that, now I push down there. But do something like that. Now, if I push that box over and that one over, I have to push that block down to get through. But I still can't mess it up at all. Like there's no way for me to screw myself over. I could do something like that, I guess. I'm still not sure this is a challenge at all, though. Like, I'm still not sure there's incorrect decisions that you can make. If I push this down, that over, that down, that, yeah, like, I'm not even doing anything at the moment, except for pushing that into my way, which isn't really the goal here. Yeah, I have to squeeze out of there. That's the only way to make this work. So that's not what I want to do. Of course, if I just move this over, it still turns out alright. These walls all need to be on this layer. Okay. Except the player doesn't. Player still needs to be on the player layer. Okay, so that now still isn't difficult at all, but is kind of more along the right lines. Okay, that's not right. It's not. I'm still not sure how to make this more puzzly, I guess. Because right now there's no way to push something into a wrong position. No matter what you do, you're gonna win, just eventually. I could do something like that, I guess. I can't move those at all. That would force me to push that block through that gap. I put a wall there, so that that's impossible to get through. So you somehow have to avoid pushing that block? Maybe do something like this. Okay, I think I've got half an idea here. Oh man, I am really messing up the layers on this. Everything's just gonna live on this layer for now. And then when I'm ready to export the level, or whatever, I can do it properly with the right layers. Now, I've got these two set up right here, and I need to get another one somewhere in here in a way that makes this a bit more difficult. So basically, if I push that block down, I'm trapped. So I need to avoid pushing that block down, is the goal here. And in order to do that, I'll make it so I have to push down one of these blocks. But right now I can't because they're trapped over there. So I can't just go around. I need to figure out a reason to keep myself from just going around here, I guess. And I'm not sure there's actually a way I can do that, so that will be difficult. Maybe if I do that, well, that doesn't really make a difference though. Then I push that out of the way and go through. I don't know. I mean, that's not awful, I guess. I guess maybe I could put a wall here to keep myself from going around, and pushing the block to the left makes an opening. Yeah, if I do that, then I have to push that block over and push that one down. That works out okay, I guess. Let's try that. If I push it that direction, this actually also works just fine. And then I come through here and do this part. Now, if I push it this direction, it also works fine. If I push this block down, I'm stuck and I can't do anything about it. So that's a bit better than what I had, I guess. If I do that, I'm still messed up. Yeah. This works, I guess. This is an okay level. This'll do. Maybe I'll move it up so that it's not so far in, because it's not really great. Like, I think the last two are both better than this one. But it's a level. Level 8 is up next. What could I do for this one? I think the reason I'm having trouble coming up with good solutions here is because there's no trade-off for doing different things. Like, there's no reason to ever close a door unless you need that box for something else, I guess. Because having a door closed is never helpful. And switches will never close doors the way that I have it set up right now, at least. I could switch that so switches close doors, I guess. That wouldn't be too difficult. If I make it so I can set doors to be locked when the switch is pressed, that would change it up a bit. I think I'll do that. Go to the door, variables, and it can have a locked, I don't know what to call it. Locked when pressed. Unlock on press. Unlock on press. True by default. But, okay. If on press, which is the standard. If unlocked on press, unlocked equals link switch.pressed. Else, or if not unlocked on press, so this is the new kind, then unlocked equals not linked switch dot pressed. I feel like there's an easier way to do that, actually. If I go unlocked equals unlocked on press, and basically I need to negate it if true. How do I negate if true? That must be a thing. I'm sure there's some sort of a gate for that, or an operation or something. If it's true, it's the opposite of that. If it's false, it's that. So, I guess true returns false. True, false returns true, false returns true, false returns true, false returns. false. So it's an XOR, right? Let's try this. Okay, so unlocked equals linked switch.pressed XOR. Is that a thing I can do? XOR unlocked on press. I think that works. Unlock on press. Unlock on press. Yeah, so that should work. So now I can have a gate that closes when the switch is pressed. So let me go into level 8 and just make a quick test for that. I've got a switch here, and I've got 2 doors that will have the same index. But this door is going to be false there, which means unlock when not pressed. Yeah, so now I should be able to run level 8 and switch that around. So pressing the switch will flip it. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Perfect. Okay. So now I can have anti-doors. And that, I think, will give me some more options. That's what I'm hoping anyways. So now, actually, I just remembered I need to go to level 7 and select all the boxes and move them onto the correct layer. Player as well? Yeah. There we go. That way it doesn't do the wrong thing on the switch and other stuff like that. Back to level 8. Anti-doors are going to be the subject of this level. So, I start with walls. And maybe if I set this up, somehow the switch will unlock 2 doors. If I have them both going to the exit though, then it doesn't really matter what the switch is doing, so I don't think that's how I want to play this. What about if I put door here and okay, the player is going to go somewhere else for now. Not that far, just right there. I'm thinking multiple layer doors again, but I kind of already did that in the other room. So now, basically, I would just have to switch it in between while I'm in this area between the doors. Or, if I have a box on the switch, so these doors both connect to that switch. So right now it would just open that completely. What if I made it so that when you push the block through onto the switch, it locks the door behind you? And so now you're trapped until you get the box off the switch. I'm not sure that is really usable at all, but maybe? Okay. What if I do something like this? All of this is going to move down. So this block gets pushed through here, but when you do, this door closes behind you when you push it onto that switch. So you have to get it off of that switch and take it around to a different switch somewhere else. You have to put it down here instead. I think that makes sense, right? It just kind of shows off that these doors exist. It doesn't really use them for anything, though. It doesn't make much of a puzzle out of it. I've got 1 hour left. Alright. So yeah, it's not much of a puzzle, though. It just sort of shows that they exist, which I don't think is what I want to do. Let's go back to making things like this. And what if I put doors here that are controlled by a switch? So, by doing this, actually, I think this is a decent idea. Something like this. Okay, I'm just losing track of what I'm doing here. Alright, so if I push the block up onto that switch, then it'll unlock one of these doors. Actually, if I put it there, and have it unlock this door and lock that one. So let's get rid of that for now. I'll put the goal back. But, so this door is going to be false on this. And that means that it will be closed when the switch is pressed. So then you have to go through here and push that off the switch to get through there. And maybe doing that will activate another door somewhere, somehow. Maybe pushing it down there activates a door that closes off so this switch will activate that door. So these both need to be 1. Okay. So now that switch will unlock that door. I think I want it to lock that door, actually. Well, actually, if I do that, then I would have to force that block to stay there so that you couldn't get past it. Maybe just put this switch somewhere over here so that you have to press that one as well. So that switch has to not be pressed, and that one does have to be pressed. Basically, is how this would work. So push that up, unlock that, push it down, come around and put it in there. That seems like it makes sense, and then I can come up and go out there. Okay, and I just had an idea for another level, actually. With these doors where you step on a switch and it blocks your path, so you have to avoid it. Okay, let's make sure this works first, though. Push this up. Oh, this is reversed. Okay, so Yeah, that's not how this is supposed to work. That needs to be true. And this needs to be false. Okay. Now this should do what I want it to. So now, level 8. That direction is locked by default, but when I do that, it switches. So now I have to come through here. Push that down. Actually, let me see something real quick. Push that up there. Then I come down like this. So that stays locked until I push this cube through there. Yeah, so that just needs to go on there and not do that. So that means I also got this switch incorrect, but that's pretty easy to fix. Change this door. Oh wait, unlock. Oh, these are reversed for how they should be. I see. So in the door object, unlocked equals not this. Okay. And now that bottom door should be working, and the top ones are reversed again, yeah. And actually I can get that to work anyway. Okay. That works. Now I can swap this back the way that I had it before. Which is, this is false. This is true. And now this should be able to push the way that I want it to. So go through here. I have to leave this block on that switch. Come down. Push it over here. Now I can get it through. Okay. That's a pretty meh puzzle. But it'll do. I think. Yeah, that's alright. Now I just need to put this onto the boxes layer. Awesome. Now let's open up level 9. I just had an idea. I still remember it, thankfully. Basically, it was put a door here that closes as soon as you step on that switch. So these actually need to be on this layer, and this will be right behind. So now basically, what happens is, when I start up this level, oh, I broke it actually. Okay, so this actually isn't going to do at all what I thought, but when I go here, it'll open that. I want to see what happens when I get trapped inside the door. I can't move. Does it stop responding? It does. Okay, so if I get trapped inside a door, bad things happen to me. So I don't want that. Task manager and task. Alright. So I need to switch this door, which is what I was planning to do. Before. And now that that door is switched, I can go 9, I think. Yeah. Now when I go here, it blocks me automatically. So I can't get through there now. Now if I were to come from the other direction at this door, I would get trapped inside. So that's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem. So I don't want to be able to come back through. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I don't think that's actually going to be usable because there's no real way to get around it, and if I get trapped on the wrong side of it, then it crashes the game, which is no good. So I just need to make some other levels. I might stop at 9 levels actually, because I'm not sure if I can come up with another level. Even just this one, I'm basically completely out of ideas, so we'll see what happens. So yeah, I guess boxes and switches and doors to get to the goal. Switch can control multiple doors, I guess. That's something. Yeah, I haven't done that at all yet, actually. Let's make something with that. So I'm going to have a couple of doors, and they're going to be controlled by the same switch. And then maybe there's another switch that controls another door somewhere. So I need to get through and unlock that. So maybe this switch controls the exit door and another door somewhere along the way. And then down here, this switch controls these doors along here, or something. And then I've only got one box to try and manage between all these. That's my current plan. I'll come up like this. Alright, and let's put the player down here for a minute. Come along like this. Alright, and then the player would start out somewhere over here. This is my basic format for making this level work. And then somehow I have to juggle this box between switches to get through. That's what I'm thinking, at least. Okay, here we go. If I put a box there, that way I can get a second box partway through to make things easier, maybe. Yeah, what if I put this down here? So when you get to the end, there'll be two doors that you have to get through at the same time. And so you have to get the second box out from here and put it onto one of the switches. I'm just going to get rid of this player for now. Keep everything on the same layer until I get to the end where it matters. So if I put this box on there, or rather that player goes there, and then they push a box onto one of these switches. Okay. So push that box onto that switch. That'll open up that door and that door. And then once you get through, there's another switch you have to push the box onto. So what if this were up here, and then the other switch was right there. And now, oh, just a sec. Okay. And so now you push that switch up there, or that box goes up there, and then start deleting some of these extra blocks. So you push the box up there, which opens that door and that door, and then you have to come through here and push it to the end to unlock that door to get through. And then you have to get this box and put it back on that switch to open up the last two doors. So this last section I won't need either, I don't think. So this box is going to go up here. Just like that. And then you'll come up here. Just get rid of all these extra blocks that I don't need. So you come up there, and then you push that one down once you get through. So this door and all the ones below it need to be indexed with the value of 1. That way they're all together. And then this second switch has an index of 1. And this door also has an index of 1. And I think that should be all that I need to make this puzzle work, so I'll give it a shot. Level 9. So I can't go anywhere here. All I can do is push this block up. There we go. Now I go through here and push it over there. And now I have to come up and push this block down. It's not a difficult puzzle, but there we go. I got it. I think that's okay. That'll work. So now I really don't think I'm going to be able to come up with a 10th good puzzle. The last couple really haven't been great anyway. So now I think I'm just going to try and reorder them to make something simpler. So I'm going to delete room 10, and on the menu I'm going to delete button 10, and then I'll reorganize that in a minute. But I want to get all these into the proper order. So which one was the good ones? 6, 5, and 6 were sort of the better ones. So 6, I think, will become the last level, level 9. I think that's a good final level. Level, 0, I name it whatever because I have to rename the other ones. So that'll be the final level. And then, what's level 4? Oh yeah, that one. Level 7. Level 4 and level 7 are very similar, so that they probably shouldn't be back to back. Yeah, definitely. So level 8 will become level 6, I think. So level 4 and then level 5 is this one. Level 6 is that one. Level 9, or wait, level 7 was the other block pushing one. That'll go right there. 7. This can be level 8. And then the last one will be level 9. Level 8. Rename this one to level 09. So now I should have 9 levels, all in the correct order. And in the menu, I will just reorganize the buttons a bit. Make sure that they stay in order. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, there we go. So this is the level select menu now. It's got the title up there, it's got the levels down here. If I go like this, can I make a slightly more interesting level icon arrangement? Yeah, let's do this. That's a bit better, I think. Yeah, okay. So there's all the levels in order. Now it should basically be playable, I think. Actually, yeah, that should be basically a completely finished game. Here we go. It needs a name still. But yeah, I come around here. Let me make sure just that all the levels work. Go like this. Oh yeah, this level was pretty terrible as well. There we go. You win. Next level. I've got switches to figure out. Okay, level 3 this is definitely going to need some work to just make it easier to get around there. Should be pretty easy. Need to remember to do that though, adjust level 3 to make it easier to get around. That one works fine. Come up here. Push this block around. Come down. Push it back up. There we go. You win. Come over here. Push that block up. Come over and down. And put it over there. You win. Come up here. I need to not push that block, so I'll do this. And then come over here, push that, go up, around, push that, go through. And this one, that goes there. Then I come around, push this over here. Come back, push this block down. Super easy puzzle still. But there we go. This level, I come up here, push this down, come around here, push this block up. Cool. So now what I need to do is open up level 3, and basically I'm just going to do that, and now I can get around there easier. And the last thing I need to do is check these later levels. Yeah, I don't have the player and boxes on the right layer because I moved them. There we go. Level 9 looks good. Level 7 looks good. Level 6 looks good. Level 5 looks good. And all these other ones I did earlier, so that works. Yeah, I think I'm basically done, honestly. I've got, what, 37 minutes left. Wow, okay. So what do I want to do with my last 37 minutes? Let me check the ending screen, actually. What did I put on the ending text? Okay. I don't think there's like anything. I put a congratulations message. I guess I can put like mini credits. Draw text in the same location actually. So just copy this part. 300. Actually, yeah, I think I have an idea. Let me change this one to 300. This one to 200. I think I have a good way to organize this to make it work correctly. 200, and then this is going to be different text. It's going to be even smaller. F small. I don't have a great naming convention going for these fonts, but it works. This game was created by Arthur Caspin in just 4 hours. Created in Game Maker Studio 2. Studio 2. Created by Arthur Caspin in Game Maker Studio 2 in just 4 hours. That's going to be very large. I should probably split this across 2 lines as well. I guess I should get the small font first. Duplicate this one. Call it F small. It's going to be this, but instead of that, maybe 24. Yeah. Okay. So coming back to the ending text. This game was created by Arthur Caspin in Game Maker Studio in just 4 hours. It's kind of a lot of words, but maybe it'll turn out alright. We'll have to see how it looks. Level 9. Ugh. I should probably just make a button to skip to the ending so that I can get through this quicker. Just for testing purposes. Okay. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that definitely needs to be on multiple lines, so I kind of need to adjust the text a bit as well. Change this to, like, first line's going to be a game by Arthur Caspin. And then I'll put the rest on the next line. Draw text. Same position. Except it's going to say 4 hours. I mean, I don't know. It literally has a splash screen that says Gaming Studio 2. And I think it'll look better if I put it down like this, so I'll just leave it like that. 250. This is still not going to be the right position. But now I'm just going to move the ending up to the top of the list so that it opens that when I start the game. That way I can, like, change things out a bit easier. Perfect. Congratulations, you beat the game. A game by Arthur Caspin created in just 4 hours. Okay, I need to adjust several things with this. So for starters, that makes it go away. Okay, so I want capital a game by Arthur Caspin, comma, created in just 4 hours. Change this position to 350 maybe. And actually, I think I changed my mind. I want this up above this still. F small, get back. Okay, yeah, so this should work. This is going to be at position 200, not 2000, 200, and then this will start at 300 and go to 350. Okay, let's change this to 350, 400. And that still looks kind of weird. Maybe if I just change this to created by Arthur Caspin in just 4 hours on a single line. I think that might help. Created by Arthur Caspin in just 4 hours. I'm spending way too long on just getting a credit slide on this stupid game. Okay. I should, like, this is the least important part of the game. Hopefully this looks good. Created in just... Cleared by Athgasman in just 4 hours. Okay. That looks good. A name. The game needs a name. I came up with the name a second ago, actually. Since it's like a Sokoban type game, I'm sure this is not original, but Sokoblocks. I'm sure there's a million games called Sokoblocks out there, but here's another one. So let's pop that down there. Back to the bottom where it belongs, and I can open up the menu. Sokoblocks. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If I go to the last one, come play it super speed mode. Ah, I messed it up. Okay. Come back down, around, push it up there. Come like this, push this over, through there, push that. And there we go. The U win text is kind of low, actually. I think I'm drawing it in the wrong place. But yeah, there we go. Now I need to go to the goal where it draws the win text. Yeah, I think that needs to be minus 15. Actually, it should probably be minus a lot more than 15, because it's aligning to the top. It should be minus, like, 50. We'll try that. I'll just play the first level real quick and see if I can get it. Alright. Let's see where that text is. That's more centered. Okay. So there we go. 30 minutes left. The game is done. That is not what I expected to happen here. But, yeah, so like I said earlier, I guess since we have a bit of extra time, I can try adding some sound effects. I'm thinking just use something like, what is it, SFXR? Maybe it's BFXR. Okay, yeah, it's BFXR. There we go. Just get a couple sequences. So I need a level win and a door open, I think. And a button click sound effect, maybe. So for level win, maybe power up sound? That seems good. Maybe if I sustain it a bit more? That's not right. That seems good. Export WAV. And just save it in here. Audio. Power up 3.wav. Okay, so there's a level win sound effect. What else do I want? Door open. Maybe blip select. That's kind of loud, but I don't like that. What else do we have? That's a weird sound. That's not really right. What about... Yeah, we'll try that, actually. I think that'll work. Export this as pickupcoin.wav. So I've got door open, I've got level win. I think those are just about the only sound effects I need. Maybe like a button click. I can just use one of these for a button click when I click on the menu. Yeah, I'll try that, and I'll see if there are any more that I want to use. But that should be good. So let's make a couple of sounds. Sounds, create sound. This is SN. What should I call it? Door. SN door. And it's in storage, audio. Pickup coin was the door sound, right? Yeah. And then create sound, SN win, and that'll be power up. Perfect. So now on goal, if player one, here we go. If player one was false. So this is what happens the first time I go to the gate, and audio play sound. It is SN win, priority 10, loops false. There we go. And then what else do I want? The door, that's right. So when a door opens, or really just when a switch changes state. Maybe just when the switch is first pressed. Okay, so yeah. Here I do if not pressed. And this means that switch is depressed this frame, then audio play sound. And it is SN door 8 false. Those should play both the sounds, I think. I don't have any on the buttons, actually, which I was going to do, but that's easy enough to test later. Here we go, going through level 1. Nice, I got a sound effect. Maybe a sound effect for pushing the blocks would be good too, but I don't actually know how to do a sound effect like that. There we go. That works. Okay, this does seem to be working correctly so far. Okay. There we go. Alright. Okay, yeah, I think that's pretty... That's pretty good. As far as sound effects go, I just want to add one for the button now, and then see about doing one for pushing a block. I'm not completely sure how that would work, but I'll find out. I reckon I can figure that out in 23 minutes. But not before I beat my game, apparently. Okay. Nah, I broke it. Okay, that's fine. Now let's add the sound effect for the button. Left pressed. I also need to do audio play sound. SN door 10 false. So this doesn't loop, it's got a high priority, plays the door sound. Double check that this actually works, and then I think I'll be good to go. I'll open up level 9, and then just to make sure that it actually does it on the last level, or on the ending screen, I mean. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I should probably have a disclaimer that this was made in just 4 hours on the main menu, actually, because it's a pretty terrible game. So, yeah, that seems reasonable enough. On the menu text, I'll go ahead and add that. Draw GUI, Sokoblocks. I'll change this from 100 to like 80, and then go right here, and I'll change this to like 160. It'll say you did in just 4 hours. greater than 4 hours. And I'll change the font to draw set font F small. That should work, I think. Greater than 4 hours. Okay, that works. I'm just going to move that text down a wee bit so that it works a little better. Change it to like 200. That should work. And assuming this works, I'll get started on sort of a push sound effect for the blocks. So basically, as I'm pushing this block, it'll be making a sound. Psh, psh, something like that is what I'm thinking. Maybe if I just go psh, and that, I need to like cut the sound out when it stops moving, and start it when I push it again. I really don't know how to do that, actually. Yeah, it would be really... I would have to somehow remember if I pushed a block on the last frame or not. And then based on that, I would decide whether or not to to start the sound or cut the sound. I don't actually know how to cut sounds either. Like stop them partway through. So like, as I'm pushing this, start the sound, stop the sound, start it, stop it, start it, stop it. And so the sound effect would also have to be able to play for any length of time. So I can't just make a sound effect of a certain length. Or I guess I could just make a decently long one and that would be fine, actually. Yeah, I don't know. Let me see if there's like a command for stopping audio. Audio fall off exponent distance, no thanks. Audio destroy. Audio destroy sync group. Audio emitters. What else have I got? Audio free, audio get. Audio group, audio is pause, audio pause, is that a thing? Audio pause sound eddy. Okay, that makes sense. Audio resume, I can do as well. What if I just make a psh sound that repeats? I could probably do that, and then have it as a repeating sound that I pause in between things. Maybe that's something I can do. I think I'm just going to go into Audacity and literally go psh into the microphone and record it. I think that's the easiest way to do this. So, Audacity. There we go. Now I'll go ahead and record this real quick, and hopefully this doesn't screw up OBS, but I'll keep my eye on it just in case. Start recording. Psh. Okay, what's that sound like? Psh. So if I just take this area here and make that the entire sound effect, export it as .mp3 into audio. Okay. Now if I come in here, create sound, SN, I goes back because I don't know how many H's that is. SN push. That'll work. That's alright, it's kind of loud, but otherwise it's pretty good. Yeah, that works. Alright, let me, I need to pop open my Twitch dashboard again. There we go. So that seems like a pretty reasonable psh sound to use. Now I just need to get it to play and pause and other stuff. Is there like an audio stop? I probably should have checked that, actually. Add event. Ooh, I can just check if the box is in the same position as last time. Play sound if moving. If add event create previous x equals x previous y equals y. So now this thing will have a previous x variable and previous y variable. If previous x equals x and previous y equals y, so if I haven't moved, then audio, not audition, audio stop, audio stop sound, SN push, else, so if they're not the same, audio play sound, not studio, audio play sound, and I'll play SN push, priority 4 maybe, and loops is going to be true. Actually, it does loop. Okay, that should work, maybe. Now when I push a box, it should play that sound until I stop pushing the box. Let's see, which is the best area to test this? This seems like a good one. Okay, not getting any sound, so not off to a good start here. Yeah, that's no good. That's no bueno. Okay, not playing a sound. Oh, because I'm not updating previous x and previous y. Okay. Previous x equals x. Previous y equals y. Let's try that. I feel like that wouldn't actually do the thing that I want it to, but whatever. I think it still isn't going to play sound if it wasn't before. Oh, wait, it works. Yes. Okay. Okay, that box played sound. Maybe it... Wait, does it... What? 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 That made a weird noise. That box works fine. If there's just one box, it works. But if there's multiple boxes, it doesn't work. For all of them, at least. So sometimes it's starting. Okay. It is still kind of loud, so I'll adjust that. But otherwise, yeah, it's just kind of not doing what it's supposed to. So actually, SN door is also pretty loud. I'll cut that down to like 60%. SN win, I'll cut it down a bit maybe. But push is already down to 50. Yeah, I'll put it at like 30 instead. So it's nice and quiet. But now I got to figure out why it doesn't work for all the boxes, if there's multiple boxes. Because previous x and previous y. Oh, because all the other boxes stop the sound. That makes sense. Okay. Okay. Okay, it's going to have another variable called isPlaying, and set that to false by default. So else audio play sound is playing equals true. So now it knows that it is playing the sound. So if it hasn't moved, then if is playing, then stop the sound. What am I doing? Oh, that's very incorrect. Okay. Much better. Now it should only stop the sound right after it does the thing. That was very clear. Yeah, it shouldn't stop the other block's sounds. That one still kind of got messed up. That one's not playing at all. Okay, that's just very broken. That still didn't fix the problem. I've only got 10 minutes to make this work, so. Okay, I'm thinking maybe I should not be doing this in the box and instead be checking this at the player level. I think that will make some more sense in theory. So let me, can I like temporarily turn off an event? Not really, so this is just gonna go boop and boop. Create event. I mean, these shouldn't matter, but I guess I'm doing it now. There we go. Now let's go to the player. I've only got less than 10 minutes to do this, so hopefully I can make it work. Collisions here. Oh wow, this is not looking great. Box collision. Okay. Variable definitions. Add one called pushed box. And that's false. So if you pushed a box this frame, that variable will be true. So add another one. Oh, this is really janky. Pushed box last frame. Push box this frame and pushed box last frame. So if push box this frame and did not push box last frame, then audio play sound. Audio play sound, SN push for true. So if I push the box this frame and I didn't push it last frame, I start the sound. Else, if did not push a box this frame and I did push a box last frame, so if I stopped pushing a box, then audio stop sound SN push. So stop the sound if I just stopped. So now I just need to update this so that it says whether or not I pushed a box this frame, and if I pushed one last frame. Pushed box last frame equals pushed box this frame, and pushed box this frame equals false. I should probably put that at the top, but whatever. Push. So if I hit the box, then pushed box this frame equals true. That's the Xbox collision, and then my Y box collision does the same thing. Pushed box this frame equals true. Okay, let's try that out and see if this works. I've got 6 minutes now. Alright, Start this. Okay, seems to be working for the most part, but I can also push a box when it's not going anywhere, which isn't ideal. Yeah, that's not great. Let's see if I can fix that in 6 minutes. Alright. So what do I need to check in here? If I moved the box at all, basically. Okay, so I don't need to put it here. If I'm meeting somewhere else, if I'm not hitting a wall or a box, then I actually move the box, so other dot push boxes frame is true. I can do the same thing on Y. Push box frame is true. Get rid of that, put it down here, other dot push boxes frame. Now it shouldn't do that when I'm up against a wall. Perfect. Okay. Let me go back to the main menu, open up like level 7. That's got lots of boxes. Oh, perfect. I like this. Oh, great. I need to push that all the way up, and then come down around here. Up here. Push that one down. And come back around. Perfect. And then come in here. There we go. Okay, hour should not be capitalized there, but otherwise this looks good. So on the ending screen, cast minute just 4 hours. Yeah, I'm done, I think. I've got 4 minutes. I need to come up with something to do with these last 4 minutes, honestly. Okay. So, somehow, what can I add in like 3 minutes? Something simple. I've got some sound effects. Maybe I can improve the buttons a bit. Actually, yeah, those buttons do look pretty awful. So let me open up the buttons and see if I can make this a little better. Yeah, so I'm going to grab my lines back. Maybe I can make dark green around the edges. There's an idea. I'll make it too thick, like that. Oh, is this 2? This 3 thick, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, I mean, that's alright though, honestly. Okay, so this is gonna go down like this. Okay, there we go. That works. Alright. Maybe that'll help my buttons a bit. And now I'll grab this, and I need to go to 64, 64 in the middle here. 64, 64. There we go. This is so not symmetrical. Okay, copy that, and then... Actually, you know what? Let me see if I can fix this up down here real quick. Because it seems like it shouldn't be that hard to fix. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay, yeah, actually, this is just... That should be there. Right? Where's my... There we go. Take this color and just put this there. And then I need this darker green to go right there. Is that really all it took? I also need to do it here. erase that. Yeah, there we go though. Now it's symmetrical. Now I can grab this and go to 64, 64, right there, copy, erase the entire thing, and just paste it on correctly. And now I only have 1 minute, so I'd better actually hurry as I do this. There we go, there we go. Flip it this direction. Oh, that's not the direction I meant to flip it, but I guess that works. Flip it this direction. And flip it this direction. Awesome. Now the buttons should look marginally less terrible. Yeah, alright. And that's basically all the time I have. Yeah, I got 23 seconds. I'm gonna make sure that this, I'll see if I can beat this before the end, make sure that everything's working. 15 seconds. Here we go. Make sure the ending didn't break somehow. 8 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Alright. So, that means the game is done at this point. I'm gonna go ahead and put it up, and I'll link to it right away, so anyone who's in here can play it if they want. Yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and start doing that. Come over here, let's see, build, create executable. Yes, that's what I clicked on. You gonna bring up a menu for me, or what are you doing? Why is this not working? Come on. Build. Yes, I do want to make my game. Oh, come on. You can't tell me this is broken or something. What? Okay. Alright, I'm gonna close out of some of these things in case that's screwing with it. And then if that doesn't work, I guess I can try restarting Game Maker Studio again. And then see if that works. Build, create executable. Is it just adding it's not another window down here or anything. There we go, saving, saving, saving. Build, create executable. It doesn't even like bring up something down there. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna close out of this and then open it back up again. Oh, I bet that's why it didn't work, because I still had the runner open. Alright. So this should work now. Let's open up h.io on my other screen so I can get ready to upload it. Open this back up. Here we go. My feed. How do I add a game? Where's the upload game button? It's got to be a button somewhere. Alright, first let's create executable. There we go. Packages as a zip. Get me going. Upload a new project. Okay. Okay, is this doing something over here, or what's going on? Come on. Is this broken again? Seriously? Okay, that's broken. So, I can close out this. I guess I'm gonna close and try again. Third time's a charm. I don't need to save that. I can leave that. Task manager. End task. Back at it again. Open this up. Four-hour game challenge. This is what I want to open. Please open it. Now, build, create executable, package as a zip. Thank you. Maybe I just made this window go away. That could have been my fault. I'll call this Sokoblocks.zip. Add it to documents, games, new folder, Sokoblocks. Okay. Here it is in the folder, Sokoblocks.zip. I guess I'll go ahead and upload it, and then I'll make sure that it works properly once I do, but... Alright, Sokoblocks. And description... a simple block pushing puzzle game. It's a game, it's downloadable, it's released. Don't donate to me for this. Upload files. Games. Where is it? Oh, that's the wrong games. Documents. Games. Sokoblocks. Sokoblocks.zip. Okay, I can update that later. You guys don't care about watching me put that in. Genre, puzzle, tags. Yeah, I'll figure out tags and stuff later. Download and install instructions, comments. Okay, I'll save and view page first, and then I can do that. Alright, I should get a picture of it actually. That's probably a good idea. Oh, it's broken now. Oh, come on. It wasn't broken before. I think... Yeah, okay, I think I can fix this because this happened when Game Maker Studio freaked out. This was not actually like something that I messed up before time ran out. Yeah, that actually happened after time ran out. So I'm gonna fix that and re-upload it. But let me just grab a picture of this to add to the page. Go from right here. Save as storage Sokoblocks 1. And now, whoops, I don't want to do that. I want to pull this up and just open up a level and take a picture of the level. Save as Sokoblocks 2. Where's it saving? Straight to storage. Okay. Now I'll go ahead and upload both of these images to itch. Edit game. Add cover image. Sokoblocks. Add screenshots. Sokoblocks. Okay, that should work fine, I think. And now I'm going to do the game build because it broke after time ran out. Packages a zip. It's going to be called Sokoblocks.zip. Yes, I want to replace that one because That one got borked. If there's anything else wrong with it, it was totally my fault, and the time limit, and that was part of the challenge. Anyway, back here. Sokoblocks. Delete file. Yes, and then upload a new one. Which is from somewhere in here. Where did I just save that to? Documents. Games. Sokoblocks. Okay, there we go. Upload this file. That's all good. Puzzle game, everything else is the same. Save. And I'll go ahead and make it public, I think. Perfect. View page. And there it is. So, I'll head back over to, whoops, my Twitch dashboard. It's over here. And I'll go ahead and post in chat the link so that you all can play the game. All 0 people currently watching. Maybe if you're in chat replay, you can watch. But, there you go. There's a link to the game. It's available to download. You can see all the things I did horribly wrong. But, yeah. That's a game made in 4 hours. I hope you all enjoyed. I'll be updating this page to add a link to this video, hopefully, along with some other things, but yeah. Thanks everyone who came by, and I'll see everyone later, maybe.